And now what we'll do is create a connection point to transfer this rod from the initial blowpipe. I mean, to transfer the glass from the initial blowpipe to an additional rod to be able to clean up the top. So Trenton is making a connection point now, a transfer rod. So the rod will be placed on the bottom of the decanter. We added a little bit of water to that jack line we carved in and we tapped the pipe, which then will help release the glass from the connection point of the initial blowpipe. Then back into the reheating chamber, can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is comprised of natural gas and forced air. It rests at about 2,300 degrees and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it's only heat inside of the glory hole. No glass, no molten glass inside of this reheating chamber. Thank you. We'll give it a nice flash just to make sure our connection point's nice and warm. We always want our connection point to stay warm because this is how we are able to continue to manipulate the glass and shape it at the bench. The additional glass that we added to the top is the lip wrap portion, and that's how we get the color on the top of the vessel. I mean, the decanter that's very similar to the one here on the podium. We are creating these decanters for our annual Red Hot Gala, which happens in September. They're just prototypes, so we'll play with a little bit of color, a whole lot of clear. So then when we go back to meet and talk about what will work for the best idea, we'll have one decanter and one goblet that'll be made. They'll make about, I think, upwards of like 200 maybe for the tables, or a little less. I can't remember the exact number right now. But they are for our Red Hat Gala, which is in September, and it raises about 50% of our operating funds, and it'll be paired with custom goblets, and it'll be sold, the decanter and the goblets at the table for the evening. Can we see the years past decanter and goblet sets? Now we'll add another little bit of glass, and all the tools that we use here in the hot shop are designed for glass making. And so we'll go in with our diamond shears. They'll cut in a nice 360, so one snip will remove us, and then go in with our stamp, with our cone logo. So when we go behind into that black box over there, they are, I believe, sifting powder onto the surface of the glass, which is pulverized glass, which adds pigment. But I'll clarify exactly what we're doing in a second. So we sifted some powder onto the surface, which will then change the final surface layer. So he said that it's called Skago, and it's designed to make it look like they dug it up. So we want it to have this ancient appeal because the theme is more so of like an enchanted, mystical forest, moth, and apothecary vibe. So you're going to stumble into Enchanted Night of Glass. So we sifted some of the powder on the top. And this is to make it look like we dug it up. So we want it to look a little bit ancient. And he's hoping that he's able to adhere all of it to the surface by putting it into the reheating chamber multiple times. But I think the reaction, he was seeing a little bit of smoke, so he's allowing it to settle because he doesn't want it to wipe off after we put it away later. Once again, we're making prototypes for our Red Hot Gala. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then into the reheating chamber, into the annealing oven, it'll rest until it cools down overnight. We don't leave it in the natural environment here because it will crack due to thermal shock. Those inner layers and those outer layers cool at different rates, rapidly different rates. It's like an onion as we constantly gather around that initial tiny bubble. Here at the Museum of Glass, you'll see we'll have our joint ventures, so different artists will make soft glass pipes and borosilicate rigs in the hot shop. That'll be April 19th and 20th. If you're interested in doing a hands-on demonstration, that's cold application of glass. It's a bit more relaxed, and it's a great way to start your morning with coffee, a little exercise for creating glass tile. And then if you're interested in making anything, supporting the museum, be sure to shop the Made at Mog section in the store. So everything that's stamped with our logo will be located in the store for you to purchase by the Hot Shop team. If you have any kiddos that are interested in kids design glass, all kids 12 and under are welcome to submit. And one piece will be kept for our collection here, and then one piece will go home to be placed and adorned by the family in your home. And then every third Thursday, we are free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. All of the museums down here in the museum district are free. So Tacoma Art Museum, the History Museum, Museum of Glass. So you're able to, I would say you're able to kind of pop around, but you got to go really quick because an hour goes by so fast when you're in the museum. And then you'll find yourself here. Don't start here because you'll stay the whole 3 hours in the hot shop. Because we have the Hilltop artists working here, which are the youth local artists. They start making glass at the age of 12. So you'll have young artists between the age of 12 and 25 making glass here in the hot shop. And as always, become a member, help support the museum, and, one monthly payment will allow you to come as much as you like. It's a fun place in the winter when it's cold. Really, it's fun all year long because you never know what the weather will be like in Washington. But come and hang out with us here in the hot shop. Peruse the galleries. And thanks for hanging out with us today. If you have questions, my name is Emily, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. The process starts by dipping into the furnace and then blowing into the end of the pipe. She caps the end of the pipe, and this tiny bubble that's about the size of my fist is what starts. Can we see Sarah on the far left bench of the hot shop? Thank you. And so she'll shape the bubble. Shape is important. Everything that they do when they touch the hot glass it's all intentional. They're not just doing it because they think they should. It might be best. Well, no. They're shaping it because the glass needs to be in a specific shape in order for us to continue to get to the next point. You want to guide it towards the end of the bubble so we can continue to blow it out The walls don't get too thin, the bottom doesn't get too thin. We must rest before we're able to add more glass because you don't want to compromise the shape you just built by dipping into the furnace and it's too hot. So we'll rest and then she'll go to the next step. So we'll go on with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. After she gathered from the furnace, then she'll go in and shape the glass to make sure it just cools down and it's evenly shaped. Can we see the furnace diagram? So dipping into these furnaces here are like dipping into a jar of honey. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They rest at 2,100 degrees, and so it looks like it's orange. It's really just clear because of the high temperatures. Then we'll go back to the bench. Thank you. Then we'll go back to the bench. As we continue to take glass out of the furnace, our hot shop technician will refill the furnaces because unfortunately that 1,000 pounds doesn't just magically reappear. That would be amazing. But we have to recharge our furnaces, and so that's a process that we fill them back up. And so depending on the levels, right? If they get too low, it makes it really hard to gather. So they have to be refilled. And we have a hot shop technician that mans all of our furnaces, ovens, which is our glory holes. So the reheating chamber is also powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's just there to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And that rests at 2,100 or 2,300 degrees, and it's lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those high temperatures. And then in with the papers will go. Trenton will blow into the end of the pipe, which will expand the bubble. And then Gabe will guide the glass with his pad there that's been soaked in water. And then usually the papers don't have that cover, but it just looks like regular folded newspaper that's been soaked in water. But whenever they use the cloth, it's because they want a very soft, clean finish. So whenever they cover their papers, it's intentional again. We'll go in with our jacks, grip the glass, and then allow us to shape by pulling it slowly to the right, which will help us pull out a neckline. The glass is tough, but it will do whatever you are assertive about. You gotta really go confidently in and just do it. If you hesitate, it's not going to give you what you want. So you don't think twice, just do it. You also know how. You have to know how to do it by because you have to rotate back and forth while manipulating it the entire time. So you also have to have some sort of rhythm with the material in order for it to do what you need for it to do properly. They make it look easy because they're well trained. They've all been working in glass for I think more than 20 years at this point. Collectively, we got about, maybe 60 to 55 years as a group. You can go to school for glass. You can come through a production program for glass or a production facility. There's many ways, especially nowadays, to become a glass artist. So in order to get that really cool, like more so of a beaker shape, as you can see, he'll get it hot and allow gravity to just pout it back on itself. So working on this one here, these bottles are all designed for our annual Red Hot Gala, which will be in September. We'll add some clear glass to the bottom to create a foot. We'll go in with our diamond shears to remove that additional rod, cut the glass. So we've gone over to the powder booth to sift on a special powder that will then make that ancient look again to the surface of the glass, almost as if we dug it up. So we're making it look old. So like yeah, if they have one, you can ask them how much it'll be. But they might be making just one that's like really really big. Like the one that they've made is like probably 18 inches high. Like it's like not realistic. Yeah, you could just support the artists that are here that have stuff in the store. Cause like it could be tiny, but it could still be 4,000. So you have to look in the store. Yeah, we have some in there from last year. So we're making what's on the podium, but we're just making with color this time. Yeah, it's very hard. Have you guys ever watched Blown Away on Netflix? Oh, you should watch it. Trent's on the show. Glass blowers, artists. But nowadays, but now, well, yeah, but nowadays it's so common that you can just call them artists. Yeah, but they're makers though because like I think so because I feel like not like people who and I'm like whenever I do like the shows like locally, everything in the show is painted. But I'm the only one that has three-dimensional work. Yeah, like I'm the only person that puts work in that's not flat. So it's definitely a different skill set, a very different skill set to have. Well, they've been working here since it opened in 24, 2004. Yeah, this is their habitat. And then Trenton started working at 15. He just turned 34. I mean, yeah, you don't, you don't, not, I mean, not yet. They're still refining their abilities, but worked with the masters, yes. But yeah, compared to average day people, they're professionals, but they've mastered the trade. And I would say that because they do things one time and they get it right. So now that we've added all of the little details, this is just like knobs, reminiscent of ancient times, or just designs, right? And now we have a handle. And then if you look at the glory hole there, it looks like it's on fire, and this is called a reducing flame. The glass has metals inside of the colors, and if you reduce the oxygen in the environment, the metals will search for oxygen and they'll be brought to the surface. And so this is how we turn something silver or gold. So we're reducing it, and that'll bring out that really, really cool iridescence because the silvers are coming and searching for oxygen on the surface. And so that is purposely done. It looks like it's on fire, but it's not. It's called a reducing flame. And so you can kind of see the really cool iridescence on the surface. It's hard to make clear of it when it's hot, but when it cools down later, it'll be a lot more visible when it's cooler. So this is for our annual Red Hot Gala. They are samples. They're prototypes with color. These are the prototypes without color here on the podium. Our annual gala will be in September. It's known as Red Hot, and if you have any interest in coming to our gala, just follow us online, and we'll have more announcements of when you can um, get tickets and come. So we'll let it set itself up, cool down a little bit. Then we'll put some water on the connection point there on the pipe. So we'll put a little bit of water on the bottom. It'll create thermal shock in the environment. We'll tap the pipe, and then it'll remove the glass from the end of the pipe. So a little bit of water. Sarah will go in with the tongs to grab it, tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their work. And then it has to go into an oven where it'll cool down overnight. This is known as an annealing oven. So it'll cool down and it'll be brought back to room temperature. Let's give them one more big round of applause. The glass, it contains layers, kind of like an onion, so we can't just leave it in the natural environment to cool down. It must cool in an annealing oven. In just a moment, we'll get started again on another piece. Just give us a second, and then I'll explain to you how it all starts. You got to see the finish, but we also will go about gathering the glass and blowing into the end of the pipe, and then continuing to gather. We'll do the process of what it takes to create something like you just saw be put away. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask your questions. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So we'll dip into the furnace, and hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll dip into the furnace here and gather glass. The furnace, it rests at about 2100 degrees, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As you can see, she'll go in, make sure that pipe's not clogged. It is a hollow steel pipe. She'll rotate, level herself, and guide the glass out. That little bit of glass is the catalyst for creating these decanters that are larger in size. And you just need a little bubble to get started. Pay attention. You can watch her on the big screen too. She'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, and a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe. And there's the bubble, and then she'll go on with her jacks to shape the bubble, give it a little bit, or just guide the glass in directions that it will constantly create even walls. And so if she shapes it a bit at the bench, that's what she's doing. Every time we touch the glass with the tools, all of the movements are intentional for shaping. And now we'll go over to the powder booth, and they're going to sift. Oh, there you go on the big screen there. You can see it. They're putting baking soda on the surface, which will create bubbles. We've added more baking soda to the surface, which will create intentional bubbles. There's not a lot of bubbles in our glass, which is very positive. So we've sifted them on to the surface to create bubbles, a chemical reaction. And then he'll go in with his block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. And it's designed just to cool down those outer layers of the glass and to help with shaping. So this is what happens when you blow into glass for fun and let it fall off the pipe. The bubbles were a little too big, so we just get to have a little fun. There's our prototype. So we're gonna start over. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is oh, we're gonna throw water on it so it like cracks. This has now become a science experiment. So the furnace is the large tank there that is powered by natural gas and forced air. This is where we gather all the hot glass from. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. The reason why it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is because if we turn it off and that glass cools down, it'll shrink, and if it shrinks, it then can compromise the integrity of the crucible and crack it. And so it's better to leave it on. It's easier. It's more cost effective just to let it run. And we use it maybe like couple days out of the week. People aren't in here working, which is positive. Um, but it's always on and it's always monitored by our technician. And if so, we don't turn them off because we need the glass to always be hot. So as you see, Sarah will dip the hollow blowpipe into this furnace. Thank you. And then we'll blow into it. And we're going to try again. A lot of what this studio is designed for is for artists that are not just glass blowing artists to come and bring their visions to life. Chihuly didn't want this to be a place where it was just all about him. He wanted all artists from different walks of life to come in and create. So you get to basically have a very intimate look at artists in their studio designing items for a good cause. And so today our focus is our Red Hot Gala, which are the prototypes here, the decanters on the podium. And we're going to keep on trying to figure out what the best design will be. And in this case, it's not that. If you guys are interested in supporting the museum, these are fresh out of the box. These are glass water pitchers. So everything that's stamped with the Museum of Glass logo was made here by the Hot Shop team. I have one of these at home, and I'm biased because they're amazing and they keep the water super duper cold. Way better than plastic. Way more environmentally friendly as well. So get a picture, take a picture home. They work great. They probably make lemonade taste 4 times better also. Okay, so we'll try again with our baking soda. The glass looks like it's orange. It's just hot. We'll blow it out as they rotate there at the bench to expand the bubble. So we'll go in with the papers, which are soaked, newspaper soaked in water with like a special cloth on the top of them. We'll get the end of the pipe nice and hot, and then we're gonna go in with our jacks. Our jacks are a tool that's used for shaping and carving, and so we'll carve into the glass with our jacks. So we'll slowly start to drag the glass to the right to create that neckline. He's blowing into it to reinforce the air in the tube as well as the bottom. And then now he'll go in and pinch into the glass. And as he carves into the glass, this will create a jack line. This is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we always need a good carved, a well carved jack line. And that is because we need to take the glass off the end of this pipe. And this is how you remove the glass at a different point in the process. So we'll reference the jack line. So now we'll blow as they allow the bottle to elongate. It'll be a bit more similar to the bottle on the front of the podium. So we'll paddle the bottom. We have to shape the bottom before we clean up the top. And that is because as we shape it and the air escapes, we're able to reinforce the air while it's on the blowpipe. So now we'll use that additional transfer rod. We'll connect that little bit of glass at the bottom, let it cool down, tap the pipe, and it'll remove the glass from that nicely carved in jack line we carved in earlier. Now we'll bring over an additional bit of glass and we'll go in with our diamond shears and snip the glass. And then we'll stamp it. Oh, this is for a handle. Now we'll add another little bit of glass, which will function as the stamp. These bottles are being made for our Red Hot Gala as prototypes. They have different finishes and different designs incorporated, but only one design will be chosen. So we'll go in with our cone stamp. Can we see some of our years past goblet and decanter sets? So one goblet and one decanter and two goblets will be sold on the tables. Every Red Hot, we have a different set that is sold. And if you're interested in coming to the Red Hot Gala, be mindful to follow us online to learn more about our Red Hot Gala. A little bit of water on that connection point, then we'll tap the pipe. We'll take it off the bottom. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven, it'll go where it'll rest overnight to be cooled down back to room temperature. And in just a moment, we'll get started again. So we'll get started again by dipping into the furnace and then blowing into the end of the rod to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon, which will act as the catalyst for all things made hollow in glass. You start with a tiny bubble and you can blow it out as big as you like as long as you're able to add more glass around the surface. We'll get the end nice and hot. Once we get the end nice and hot, we're going to bring over an additional rod to remove, or we may put something on the surface to change the surface color. So we'll take it over to the powder booth. We're going to go over to the powder booth and sift on a different surface finish. So you look up at the big screen there, you'll see we're sifting the powder through the sifter onto the surface of the glass. We're going to want it to look like we dug it up, give it a little bit of an ancient vibe. So first we'll do a little silvering, then we'll end it with a little bit of what we call scavo to make it look like we took it from out of the ground. Everything we're making today, it is for our annual Red Hot Gala. And so the theme this year is like an enchanted forest, more of an apothecary shop vibe. And so that's where the inspiration is drawn from for the shape of the vessels. Can we, after the powder booth, can we see some of the past Red Hot decanters and goblets? So now we'll create that additional transfer rod with the connection point of glass on the bottom. We'll place that small bit of glass on the bottom of the decanter that we're creating. And then as it is properly placed on, starts to cool down a bit, which means stiffen up a bit. We're going to add water to the jack line we carved in earlier at the end of the pipe. In the glass, we're going to add water to the jack line, tap the pipe, and it'll remove that decanter from the end of the blowpipe. So we'll tap the pipe, and we're good. After this piece, we will take a lunch break. And then we'll come back in about 1 hour to do it all again. We are making goblets in the hot shop today. Decanters in the hot shop today, which will be complemented by goblets, and each one is one of a kind for our annual Red Hot Gala. So we'll put a little bit of water on the connection point, and then we'll tap the pipe to remove the decanter from the pipe. We'll get on it with the tongs. And then we'll flash it. Let's give them a big round of applause. And now we are going to take a lunch break. Into the annealing oven. It'll rest until it cools down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. We're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back in about 1 hour to do it all again. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. We'll see you in a few.
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I just want to give a little overview, talk about what we have going on today, and then we will just kind of hop into the process. And feel free if you guys ever have any questions, just raise your hand, let me know. I can answer questions about basically anything in the museum and pretty much anything about glass. So if you're curious. So we will have our resident hot shop team on the hot shop floor with us today. These guys work here basically full time at the museum, blowing glass for the store, which we will be doing today. Sometimes we'll have visiting artists coming through. This is actually very frequently, but we're just kind of trying to squeeze in some store items while we can. So we will see them make some pitchers today, like water pitcher or juice pitcher. And we do have some pictures on this front pedestal right here. These are not exactly the same as what we'll be seeing, but can kind of give you a general idea. And it looks like we're getting started over on the left bench already. So we'll start with the coloring process of the glass. And to just point out a couple of pieces of equipment, you'll see the glass furnace used. So this is where we get all of our clear molten glass to begin with. This is where we start all of our projects. Sarah's just about to dip inside of it. And this holds up to 2,100 pounds of clear, 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. This furnace actually runs 24/7. We never turn it down. We never shut it off. If anything, we turn it up when we fill it up with new material. So we've just gotten a little bit of clear glass there. This is kind of the texture of molten, just honey in general when it's nice and soft and warm. And it does not get any hotter than this. This is the hottest we'll work with the glass. Now over on the left, we're already starting to use another piece of equipment as well. This large open face furnace. This is one of our glory holes. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. These are basically just reheating chambers. And we have them throughout the hot shop so we can work at multiple benches at the same time. There's not a significant difference between the furnaces themselves other than just have multiple places to work at. So we've already picked up a piece of colored glass. We're starting to melt it down. We get our color shipped in. We actually don't make it ourselves, but it's different metals, minerals, oxides mixed into the raw glass mixture. They melt it down and roll it out into bars, which luckily I have a handy little example here. This is a piece of color bar. So they've attached this to the end of their pipe and they're melting it down. It's just solid colored glass through and through. Oftentimes, when you see one that looks black, it's actually a really rich, transparent color that we can't see until they start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. Yeah, so this is how we get a layer of color across the entire piece. So once again, Sarah started with that little bit of clear on the end of her pipe. She blew a bubble into that glass. This pipe is hollow all the way through like a straw. And we're dropping that color on top of the bubble now. We'll go through a process where we push and roll that color back until it completely covers up that clear. And this creates a layer of color across the piece. So this is what we did for all of these pictures right here as well on the front pedestal. So we don't quite have a view of Sarah using this table, but I think a few of you might be able to see from where you're sitting that we're using this small metal table. This is a marver, and we do have these throughout the hot shop, the biggest one being at the center bench here. And we'll roll pieces of glass on the marver to shape the glass and sometimes to cool the glass. And this is going to prevent the glass from blowing out very much in that one cooled direction, so we can kind of control which way the bubble blows out, how thin it is in certain areas. And in this case, we are mostly just using it for shaping, but we will see that marvering later on. And once we've finished rolling and pushing that color back like we have here, we will let it sit and cool down. So Sarah's just going to sit at the bench for a moment. And what we're doing is we're trying to get more solidity. We want the glass to solidify a little bit before we move on. We'll be getting another layer of clear over top of this. So this is how we get bigger and bigger pieces, is we just build layer upon layer of glass onto itself, just letting that previous layer harden beforehand. And we'll usually have that color underneath at least a layer or two of clear, just kind of protect the surface of the piece. If we chip away at a little bit of clear glass on the surface, we're not going to really be able to tell the difference. But if we have the color right on the surface and we chip that away, then we'll be able to see an obvious kind of divot or mark in the piece. So every little bit of the glass blowing process is pretty thought out. And just a little bit of general information. The glass blowing style that you'll usually see in the US is developed from Italian glass blowing. So we will use similar names, or in some cases the exact same names, for tools and techniques. So we just gathered that next layer of clear. And we're sitting down using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block, smoothing and evening out the surface of the glass. This makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass. So the glass furnace itself that holds the molten glass inside of it is at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. Yeah, I think if you look it up, it's hotter than some lavas, interestingly enough. Yeah, and we've always had clear glass in our furnaces. We specifically use a soda lime glass, so it has soda ash, limestone, and mostly silica sand, as any glass would be. And that specific mixture melts at, well, anywhere over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, actually. But to get it to that specific texture that we want, we melt it at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And just to point out, whenever we move our piece to the center bench, this usually means that we have all the glass we need for that project. So this is when we start blowing it out and actually shaping it and turning it into our final piece, which once again, we are making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. Oh, and this is a tool we don't see super often. So this pad right here is made of carbon fiber. And we'll usually stuff it or kind of fill it with wet newspaper to protect our hands from that heat, of course. But this is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. As long as we keep it wet, the paper will continue to just keep everything insulated. This is when the piece starts getting a lot larger. So whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them blowing air into the piece itself, where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. And we're already starting the jack line as well. So when we squeeze on the glass with the jacks, these two metal blades, we're creating a divot from which we will break the piece off later on. So this is kind of our breaking point. We'll always create this before we even finish the shape off. Yeah, we're using gravity to shape our glass a little bit. Just hanging it down towards the floor is enough to stretch it out, creating a longer, narrower shape. So it looks like we're focusing a lot of heat just on the bottom of the piece now. So we have the overall shape that we want. We just want to focus heat on the bottom to flatten the bottom perfectly without altering the rest of our shape. So we're using two tools at the same time, the jacks from the side, and then a wooden paddle is pushed onto the bottom of the piece. So just like that, we have the bottom of our pitcher now. And what we do from here, we have to keep this piece overall warm, but we will eventually attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece and then completely break this piece of glass off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this is going to flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the opening. Oh, and just something interesting to point out, you can see the color a lot better now than we could earlier. And of course, this is because the glass has been maintaining so much heat that it's been radiating light as well as heat. So it's literally glowing like lava. So it's appeared a little bit yellow, maybe a little bit orange or red at some points, but this is all just visual effect from the heat. So now we've just brought over our punty. Punty is basically just a second pipe that we attach to the piece. Once that is centered, they'll go ahead with a little bit of water and apply that water to our divot we created earlier, the jack line. This is going to crack the glass from thermal shock and allow us to pop the piece right off. And I want to point out, these guys make everything look super easy. They've all been working with glass, most of them I think about 20 to 30 years individually. So we are going to start working on the opening of the piece now that we have broken it off from its original pipe. And to finish this piece off in particular, apparently we're going to be creating a lip wrap. And what a lip wrap is basically just a rim of a different color just around the opening of the piece. So Trent's preparing that over on the left bench right now. And at the same time, they'll start working with the glass at the center bench a little bit, probably trim the opening. So Gabe has gone in with some tweezers. He's pulling more than he is pinching. He's trying to stretch the glass out and thin it out. And then he'll immediately go in with some shears, kind of like glass scissors, and cut all of this excess glass away. So Trent has just come over with that bit of color. And this is lightly touched down on the lip. Luckily, we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen. And as they rotate the piece, this glass just follows all the way around. And sometimes they'll cut the tail end, but if they have the right amount of heat, they can kind of just pull that glass off and it'll cut itself. So now we have that rim of a different color just around the opening of the piece. And of course, to finish off a pitcher, we have to create a spout and a handle, so we can expect to see those couple of details as well. So it's mostly just about heat. We have to have the glass hot enough that it's malleable. So the texture of that glass is probably a little bit softer than taffy when they're doing the taffy pulling. And we have to make sure the piece itself is hot enough for the glass to stick to it as well. If it drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we risk cracking, but we also won't be able to stick anything hot to it. It'll kind of just bounce off in a way. It's really interesting. So yeah, it's all just a balance of heat, and if it is hot enough, then it just sticks together. And very quickly, this piece was flared open. Whenever we go on the outside of the piece, we're using centrifugal force. We're spinning the pipe fast enough that the glass is pushing into those blades, trying to straighten everything out. And it's looking like this lip wrap is probably going to be a yellow. It appears orange right now just because of the heat. So Sarah's creating the handle over on the left bench. We'll start with the handle first, and then we'll create the spout on the opposite side of that handle just to make sure everything is super symmetrical. And what they'll usually do is they will make these handles hollow. So Sarah has created a bubble of glass with that same color as the lip wrap on the outside. We just won't be able to see that it's hollow because of that color, but she's blowing into the end of the pipe. So that bubble is brought right over and attached to the lower half of the pitcher first, and then stretched pretty much to its full size. Now this second connection is a little bit colder, so we'll use this small handheld torch to apply some extra heat and make sure that it permanently sticks. And that is pretty much the handle. Sometimes they'll do a little bit of shaping with it from here, but that one initial movement, you only have that amount of heat once. You can't reheat the handle like that again. So that shape that you get initially is the final shape. So now we're spot heating just this little area of the lip, and Gabe pushes it out using a bit of copper tubing, and that is our spout. So at this point, we're getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe and put it away for good. This always includes torching the pipe itself, kind of that area where it's connected to the piece. We want to see a little bit of movement in that connection before we go ahead and break it off. This tells us that everything is warm enough. So if we apply that water, the cracks stay where they're placed and they're not traveling through cold glass, which can break the bottom of the piece away. So there we go with the water again, just like earlier. We'll knock it off into this tool, which will allow us to put it away. And we'll try to torch the bottom, get rid of any sharp ends that might remain, and then also stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. So now that picture is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And this has gone inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen one of these before, these boxes hold at a pretty steady, probably about 900 degrees Fahrenheit right about now. And it'll stay at that temperature until the end of the day. When we have completely finished making pieces, we press a button and it's programmed to very slowly cool for about 12 hours. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. If we were to just leave this piece out, it would start to crack and break apart in as little as a few seconds, really. It depends on the thickness of the glass. So that piece is done. We'll continue making more of these pictures. We usually try to get a few of them done, so we have a little variety in the store. They all turn out very slightly different, maybe different colors. And yeah, just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And we'll see the process all from the beginning. And I know a few new people have joined here and there, so I just want to point out real quick that these are store items specifically, so these will be available for purchase eventually. They do have to take 12 hours to cool down. Sometimes they'll hold them for a little bit until they have even more variety, so I'm not sure when they'll be out exactly, but you can expect to see them soon. So we've already gotten started again over on that left bench. And once again, this all starts with the coloring process of the glass. Yeah, luckily my little example piece was left alone here. But this is a piece of color bar for those who haven't seen it yet. Solid colored glass through and through. By solid, I just mean the glass itself is not hollow. But different metals, minerals, oxides are mixed into the raw kind of clear glass mixture, and it will produce these different colors. And if you'd like some examples, I do have a couple on the top of my head. So apparently tin and antimony will create a white colored glass. And gold chloride is one of my favorites. It produces a really nice cranberry pinkish reddish color, so it's got a little bit of like purplish pinkish reddish tones to it. And this is something that people really seek in antiquing glass. I think they usually call it ruby red in antiquing glass, but it's actually coming from gold chloride, interestingly enough. And that's why it's so expensive. It's literally coming from gold. But we have some of that color on the end of our pipe right here. We're heating it up and we're getting ready to use it in our piece. And Sarah has once again created a clear bubble of glass. We'll always start with a layer of clear on the end of our pipe. So this technique is called a color drop or a color overlay. The color drop is apparent with this part of the technique where we hold our pipe upright with that clear bubble, and then we quite literally drop the colored glass on top, hence the name color drop. And the color overlay, well, it's the same process, but we push and roll the color back till it completely covers up that clear, so that is kind of where the overlay word is coming from. And it's basically impossible to tell what color we're working with when we're physically working with it, so we have to know what we're working with beforehand if we're trying to make something very specific. Yeah, the center bench, Trent is going to do a little bit of sculpting with the leftover color from that color drop. Yeah, you'll see various sculptures throughout the hot shop, especially these horses, such as on top of the garage right here, sometimes on top of our furnaces as well. It's kind of dark, but you can see back there a little bit. Yeah, so Trent is sculpting a horse at the center bench. So after dropping that color, we go through the process of pushing, rolling that color back once again, just to kind of make sure it's covering up that layer of clear. And if we were to look at the cross section of any piece of colored glass, like these ones use the same technique where we rolled that color over top of them, we'd be able to see layers of clear kind of sandwiching just one single little thin layer of color. And these ones, this is a really light color. They probably blew that layer out super thin. And now we just let this rest and cool for a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear. And all of the layers of clear that we add on top of color is usually just to build up some mass for the piece. So once again, if you haven't seen this tank yet, this is where we get all of our fresh molten glass. This is our glass furnace. You could kind of think of this process as dipping a wooden dowel into a jar of honey. All we have to do is stick it in there and twist, and that material just kind of gathers and pulls on top, creating a ball on the end. This wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is a block. We'll use these to smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within. And yes, these are completely saturated in water, so that bucket is just full of water. And we'll keep them in those buckets 24/7 whenever we are not using them. So same thing as last time, we're just gonna let this sit and cool. We'll gather one more layer of clear over top of it. And I think this is our last layer that we need before we actually start turning it into our pitcher. And I think you all saw the very end of our last pitcher. I believe we will be making the same shape and size. We usually want them to look very similar, but just have kind of a variety of colors, for example. And yeah, once again, for those who just joined in, this is our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time at the Museum of Glass. And we are making some store items today. So specifically pitchers, they are different than the ones you're seeing on the pedestal, but these ones are bestsellers, I believe, these pineapple pitchers. They use a special mold to get those little air bubbles within the glass. Yeah, just in case anyone else is curious, this is still definitely a work in progress, but over on the right, they're working with a cylinder of blown glass, and their plan is to open it up into a panel of glass. So to do this, they have to very carefully heat it, and they have to have a cut down one entire length of the cylinder. And so they're trying to figure out exactly how they're going to set that up and do it over there. If anyone's curious. Completely different project, unrelated. So just now we use those two metal blades to create our jack line. If you haven't seen that process quite yet, we'll create this divot or line in the glass right next to or near the pipe. And this is where we're going to break the piece off later on once we finish getting that overall shape for our pitcher. And this pad is a carbon fiber pad. It is filled with some wet newspaper to add some extra insulation, extra material. And this is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Sometimes they'll just use the newspaper on its own as well. This is the first time I've seen this team using carbon fiber pads, but I've only been here for a couple of years. And the museum's been open since 2002, so I'm sure they've used them beforehand as well. So we've heated up kind of the wider portion of the bubbles, and we've hung it down towards the floor to stretch that area out. These pitchers that we're making today, specifically, they want to have this really long, narrow body, almost like a cylinder. So it might be a little bit hard to see the exact way that we're heating the glass right now, but we're focusing all of our heat just on the very, very bottom of the piece at this moment. We have the overall shape that we want so far. We just want this really tall, narrow cylinder. So we're going to leave it that shape and just flatten the bottom. That's all that we want to affect right now. And to flatten the bottom of a piece properly, we'll usually apply pressure from two sides at the same time. So we're keeping those jacks, those two metal blades on the side of the piece, pushing down. And we're using a wooden paddle and pushing into the bottom of the piece itself. And this is going to create a really nice crisp corner for the bottom of the piece. So now that we've flattened the bottom of our piece, we're just worrying about keeping the piece warm overall. If it drops too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at this moment, then we can start to see some cracking in the glass, especially where it's connected to the pipe. This area tends to be really cold. So we're going inside this hole, just heating it very briefly every once in a while. At the same time, we have another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end that we'll eventually bring over and attach to the bottom of our piece. So this is called a punty. Basically, the punty is just another pipe with an attachment of some sort to hold on to the piece, and it allows us to flip the orientation of the piece or just get access to another side of the piece in general. Once that's secure, Gabe is dipping his tweezers in some water and applying this to the jack line, that divot in the glass. And with a simple tap of the pipe, that piece has been disconnected. So we'll start to work on the opening now, opening it up a little bit. We have a couple of details that we'll be adding in the form of a lip wrap, which is basically just a rim of a different color around the opening of a piece. And then we'll match the handle to that same color on the side of the piece and finish the piece off with a spout. So 3 kind of major steps left. And just a quick reminder, since I know a few new people have joined here and there, if anyone ever has any questions, I can answer any glass questions, whether it's PCC in the galleries or just you're curious about how this one specific thing is made that you saw years ago, whatever. So we're using some tweezers, we're pinching and pulling at the opening of the piece, and eventually all this glass will just be cut right off using a pair of shears. So we've already brought over that lip wrap. Basically, it will create a bit of colored glass. And this can be just another piece of color bar, which you might remember is that solid piece of colored glass. Or it could be a different form of color, which may create speckled patterns or very light speckles in the glass. If we look closely at this piece, we'd be able to tell. But now we have that rim of a separate color around the opening of the piece. And we're using this same color for the handle of the piece as well. Now the handles for the pictures that they make at the Museum of Glass are usually hollow handles unless they're really, really small. So all of these handles are blown bubbles that were attached to the piece and then stretched out into a handle. So same thing with this one. We just won't be able to see that it's hollow because of that color. So we've just brought that bubble over, stretched out and cut off of the pipe, and then twisted upward to create our full handle. Now the second connection is a little bit colder, so I always mention we use this small handheld torch, which really packs a punch to heat up that second connection a little bit more. Yeah, this small handheld torch is usually used for things like sculpting or just working with really small amounts of glass. And it is technically the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And to finish this entire pitcher off, we just heat up a small section of the lip, and then we'll push it outward using a tool such as a tweezers, or in this case, we're using a little piece of copper tubing. So just like that, this pitcher is basically done. So we're preparing to break this piece off. We'll torch this area where the glass is attached to the pipe till we see a little bit of movement in that connection. We're just trying to heat up the clear glass attached to the pipe itself. And then we'll apply some water to the very end of the pipe, which will crack the connection enough to break it off. I know a lot of you saw that earlier for when we transferred it to this pipe in general. And this is broken off onto a paddle, allowing them to heat up and stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo as our kind of finishing move for this piece. And just like that, this piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing another pitcher. Thank you, everyone. And this has gone inside of the annealer. This large black box is going to hold all of the glass we've made throughout the day today at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, when we are completely done, everything will very slowly cool for about 12 hours. We program it depending on the thickness of the glass. This is probably pretty average thickness, what we have right here. So we'll see it tomorrow. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. I always like to point out, if we finish a piece and if we were to just leave it out, it would start breaking, cracking apart pretty quickly. And yeah, this is a continuous process. Whenever we make store items, we try to make the same thing over and over again, just with some different varieties of colors. So we have some things for people to choose from in the store. So we'll be making the same pitcher again throughout the rest of the day today. And yeah. You know, can we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Yeah, so I just, oh, there it is.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So welcome to the Hot Shop to anyone who recently joined. We are going to continue working on some pictures for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. I know it says picture on the screen as if I'm taking a picture, but you all know what I mean. And this is all starting on the left bench, which we have a view of right now. We have created a color overlay or a color drop, which is when we take a solid bit of color, such as this right here, which we get shipped in. We do not make this ourselves. And we heat this up, melt it down, and then drop it on top of a clear bubble of glass and spread it over top. So that's where we're at right now in the hot shop. We have that layer of color across the piece. And we'll start gathering a couple of layers of clear over top of this just to build up enough mass for this picture. Oh, and just to point out real quick, this is not the picture that you're going to be seeing in the hot shop. The ones on the pedestal are good examples of some pictures that sell pretty well and that we make pretty frequently in the hot shop. But the ones that we're making this time have a really long, narrow, cylindrical shape, and they have a hollow handle like these, but we have a colored handle. And we kind of emphasize this color even more by using that same color as a lip wrap, which is basically just a rim of color around the opening of the piece. So we've gathered that layer of clear. Our bubble has gotten a little bit bigger because of that. And we're using a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even everything out. So we have a pipe cooler on either side of the hot shop. That's something that Sarah's using right now. So it's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. After we've gathered multiple layers of clear, there's a lot of heat built up inside of the pipe, a little bit closer to our hands than we're comfortable with. So we'll just cool that down. Then we have better leverage against the glass. We can hold the pipe a lot closer to the piece itself. And next, we've moved over to the center bench. This is where we start to actually blow our piece out and turn it into our pitcher. And yeah, I always point this out, but the glory holes, the reheating furnaces that we have at each bench, they're not necessarily different from each other at each bench. We just have multiple benches lit up so that we can work at multiple places at the same time. So this is when we start blowing the glass up quite a bit. It's pretty quick, so it's easy to miss, but whenever Trent has his mouth on the end of the pipe, this is him blowing air into the piece and expanding the glass like a balloon. And right away, Gabe starts making the jack line. The jack line is this divot that you'll see forming in the glass due to the jacks, those metal blades. And just think of this as a breaking point. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from this line later on when we're ready. So we're getting a little bit of length for this piece by heating up those wider areas of the bubble and then hanging it down towards the floor. And of course, we're just using gravity to shape the piece or stretch it out. And yeah, we can only blow this piece out so far. We try to keep the bottom of the piece a little bit thicker throughout the process up until we completely finish blowing it out. It's really easy to blow the end of the bubble out because this is the first thing that's entering the furnace and the last thing coming out. So there's just a lot of heat built up in that area. And if we blow the bottom too thin, then the bottom will break out later on. So we just have to be careful to balance our heats or just keep that area thicker to begin with. And it looks like this time we're using a setup in the front. So this is just a wooden board laid out with some wet newspaper on top. You'll frequently see them using this setup for cones and cylinders, just anything that needs a really straight symmetrical wall along the entire piece. And after focusing a lot of heat just on the very bottom of the piece, we're able to flatten it using a wooden paddle. We're just keeping the jacks on the side to force or push that bubble into a sharp corner. If we were to just push from one side, then the bubble obviously just tries to move in a different direction. So now we have our flattened bottom. And we'll just keep this piece overall warm, and we'll get the punty ready. The punty is basically just a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment. We'll attach it to the piece and then break it off of this pipe, giving us access to the other side of the piece. And sometimes for things like sculptures or something that's more complex, we'll need to punty it up multiple times, kind of switch orientations multiple times. And there's all sorts of different shapes of punties and ways that they're made, but this one is the more basic one that you're going to see. Just a little nub of clear on the end of a pipe. So we've just brought that punty over, attached it right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once they are sure this is centered and it's not going to move around too much, they'll go ahead and break the piece off from its original pipe. And the way that this is done is we just apply some water. This is creating some thermal shock and cracking that connection, enough for it to just pop right off with the tap of a pipe. Yeah, they make it look really easy, but this is all pretty tricky when you're first learning or even 5 years into learning. You have to make sure that that connection between the pipe and the bottom of the piece is warm enough to stick and not pop off when you tap the other pipe, but also not so hot that it just flops around like crazy when you break it off. It's all just a balance of heat. And for those who just joined in, we are working on some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And we're already pretty far along. We just need to work on the handle and the spout and the opening of the piece. So to create the opening of the piece, we'll actually be creating a rim of a different color just around the opening. So Trent's preparing that right now over on the left bench. Looks like we're using frit for this. And frit is basically just these little shards of colored glass. So we're rolling the molten clear inside of those shards to pick it up and create a layer of color. So to start the opening, they stretch this glass out, trying to thin the area out just around the opening. And they'll fix this up a little bit more before they bring that bit of colored glass over and create that little rim of orange. Just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Could be about anything you see in the hot shop or the galleries or just glass in general. So we've just brought that bit of glass over. And all that needs to be done is they'll lightly touch down onto the opening of the piece, and as they turn, this follows all the way around. The hot glass wants to stick to hot glass, so everything is all stuck together. We'll smooth everything out and fully open this piece up into a cylinder before we create the handle. So the handle for this piece, once again, is the same color as the lip wrap that we applied. And this is a bubble that we'll be bringing over and creating our handle out of. So our handle is going to be hollow, which means that the piece is a little bit lighter overall and hopefully better balanced instead of just having solid, heavy glass on one side of the piece. And it is also a style. These ones have hollow handles as well right here. These are just clear glass. So we have just created that handle. They'll do a little bit of touching up with it. They want to push it into the exact shape that they want. And this second connection that they've made on kind of the upper half of the pitcher is usually a pretty cold connection. So we'll go in with this handheld torch, just make sure that that is super secure before moving on. And now our final step is going to be creating the spout. So they'll create the handle first, so that way it's really easy to visually see where they need to create that spout. They'll just kind of find the opposite side, heat up a small section of the lip, and then push that lip outward. So we've just heated up the lip, and Gabe is going inside with that same piece of copper tubing he was using to adjust the handle, and he just pushes the lip out. So that pretty much finishes off our pitcher. And we just keep the entire thing warm. We start getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe and put it away. Yeah, whenever I see transparent colors, I mean, it depends on the exact color, but for example, with this piece, I would say just subtract a little bit of yellow from what you see, and that should be the final outcome. But it's a little bit difficult when it comes to opaque colors. With transparent colors, yeah, this is definitely going to be more of a green. And to finish this piece off completely, we're torching the bottom and then finishing with a stamp for the Museum of Glass store. And that piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you. All right, so this has gone inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll just continuously load it throughout the day until we are completely done in the hot shop. Then we press a button and it's programmed to very slowly cool for about 12 hours or so. And this does depend on the thickness of the glass. This one's going to be more of an average cycle. So we'll be able to see these pieces again tomorrow. And yeah, we'll just continue making these pictures throughout the day today. I think I want to show off some random techniques so you can kind of apply this knowledge to things you see in the hot shop. So could we have the cane pulling video? And this video is silent, so I'll kind of talk over it and describe what's going on. But cane are these sticks of colored glass. Luckily, I do have some examples here. And you can make cane really complex. This one has spirals of colored lines around the side of it. So if you were to apply this to a piece of glass, you'd have kind of these almost zigzag lines going all the way from the top to the bottom of the piece. Yeah, can we have that cane pulling video, please? Yeah, so this is just a video to show how they create cane in the first place. Hey, if you can hear me, give me a sign. Yeah, sorry guys, I guess maybe not right now, but I'm sorry. So the way that we use cane, luckily I can kind of describe this visually because I have a ton of examples with me. We will take these sticks of colored glass after pulling them, And we'll lay them out onto a tray and heat them up kind of side by side. And then we'll take our pipe and we'll roll the glass on the end of our pipe over top of them to pick them up. So we always start with stick straight lines on the piece. And from there we can kind of twist it and we can create a spiral around the piece, or we can really mess with it. I think this black and white piece, it has small sections that have cane on them. Yeah, cane is really interesting. There's a lot you can do with it. One of the more tricky and popular ways that it's used is to create something called reticello. And something in the name means net. It's an Italian technique, and it creates these crisscross lines of color across the entire piece. It's really satisfying. So we're starting right from the beginning again over on that left bench. And if you haven't seen the entire process already, the way that we start is just by getting our color in the first place. So we get it shipped in bar form. This is called color bar. And this is probably a really rich, transparent color. They tend to look black until you actually blow them out. Then you can see the color. It's just so rich you can't see through it. So we have some color on the end of Trent's pipe up on the screen. We'll melt it down and eventually drop it on top of a clear bubble of glass and spread that, completely covering the clear, which creates a layer of color across the entire piece. And that's what we did for all these pieces here on the front pedestal. And you can always tell when it's a color overlay that was used because the color is completely smooth. You can't see any speckling, anything in the color. So we melted down that color, and we are quite literally dropping it on top of that clear bubble, hence the name color drop. And this is when we start pushing and rolling that color back to cover up that clear. And to do this properly, the clear bubble is left to cool down quite a bit before we actually drop that color on top. So that way we can really push and spread and move that color around without altering the bubble underneath and without moving everything all together. Yeah, so sometimes with the little leftover bits of color, they'll sculpt horses most commonly, but sometimes you'll see things like swans as well. So Trent just made a small horse at the center bench. And these are really just for fun, but you will see them throughout the hot shop. There's some on top of the garage right here, this large silver box. There's some on top of the furnaces themselves, which are the tanks at the closed doors, like this one. It's a little bit harder to see those ones, but yeah. It's just a good way to use up the leftover color. Colored glass is so expensive because it comes from all these different precious metals and minerals and oxides. So we now have that layer of color across our clear bubble. And we'll start gathering layers of clear over top of this to build up some mass for the piece. And just based off of the last ones we've made, this is only 2 layers of clear that they'll add on top of that color. So this is our first one. And yeah, once again, this is our glass furnace for those who haven't seen it yet. Inside of it, we have a giant ceramic crucible that is holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's very satisfying. When you look inside of it, you can't see anything until you stick something inside of that glass and you have kind of a color contrast. But the texture of that molten glass is a lot like honey when it's fresh out of the furnace. And for anyone who just joined in, just to point out once again, we are making some pitchers in the hot shop today, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. We're just making a variety of colors. Oh yeah, we do have some example pitchers on the front pedestal, but these are actually different than what we'll see in the hot shop today. I think that they just kind of brought out some store items in general to show off, but these pitchers that we're making are really straight, skinny, tall cylinders with a nice thick bubble handle on the side and then just a small spout where they push the lip out. Honestly, the handle and the spout are very similar on these. It's just the shape of the body that's different. So I see we've already started blowing this piece out. We've also created the jack line, which is a line or a divot in the glass near the pipe. This is basically just a breaking point, so later on, once we have the overall shape, we will break this piece off of the pipe onto another pipe. So this is kind of our breaking point. And we're heating the glass up in the wider portion of the bubble at this moment. We're hanging it down, stretching it out. Even if we hang it at a very slight angle, this is still using gravity to shape the glass. In this case, we just want a nice tall cylinder. And this is a carbon fiber pad that we're using to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out. And this setup is basically just to apply pressure evenly along the entire wall of the piece all at the same time. So it's really helpful for cones and cylinders, anything that just needs to be really symmetrical and straight. But this is just a wooden board that's laid out, has some wet newspaper over top of it to protect it for the most part, or even just partially. Oh, and kind of behind the scenes, we're capping the pipe when we use this setup, and this is preventing the glass from collapsing. This pipe does work both ways. We can blow air inside of it and inflate the piece, but if we apply pressure to the piece, this can actually push air out and we can deflate the piece. And next we're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. And whenever we flatten the bottom of a piece, we usually will apply pressure from a couple of sides at the same time. In this case, we're pushing from the top using the jacks, those two metal blades, and we're pushing onto the bottom of the piece. And this is forcing the glass into a nice crisp corner. And that's why we were keeping the rest of the piece pretty cold too, to make sure we're only affecting that area. Everything in the hot shop is mostly just about balancing heat more than anything else. So we've just been keeping this piece warm enough that it doesn't want to crack or break from thermal shock. And now we've just brought over the punty. Once again, a punty is basically just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end that we attach somewhere to the piece in order to get access to another part of the piece. And usually with blown pieces, this is a pretty simple connection, just that solid nub of clear right at the center of the bottom of the piece to make sure the piece stays on center when we break it off. Then we apply some water to purposefully crack the glass from thermal shock right at that connection point. Tap the pipe, sends a vibration to those little cracks, popping it right off. And from here, we will start to work with the opening. So we'll open it up a little bit. This is when we add some special details that we've been doing today, which are a lip wrap around the opening of the piece, and then we'll create a handle that's the same color as that lip wrap, just pulling everything together. And this piece is obviously going to be a transparent blue when it fully cools down. The only reason the glass appears any other color during the process is because the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. So we worked on the opening a little bit. What was done is we stretched the area around the opening out and trimmed off some excess glass that was a little bit too thick. And while leaving the opening small, we bring over a bit of color. This is a different color. I'm not quite sure what it is yet until it cools down, but it'll create kind of a contrast around the opening of the piece. And now that we've added this lip wrap, we'll be able to fully open up the piece to a cylinder and start making the handle as well. The handle's going to be the same color as that glass we just applied around the opening. And for those who just joined in, we are working on making a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And we are pretty far along already. We are just finishing opening up the piece. We'll start creating a handle and the spout, and then this piece will be done. And we're using this setup in the front again. Once again, the reason we use this is to apply pressure evenly along the entire piece all at the same time. It's really important for things that are supposed to be super straight and maybe they're too large for us to use a tool on along that entire wall. So there, we've just finished that overall shape. So over on that left bench, Sarah's been working with a little bit of glass. And this is actually a hollow piece of glass that she's made. It's a bubble on the end of a pipe with that same color as the lip wrap once again. And she'll bring this bubble over. And we'll turn this into our handle. So this is first attached to the lower half of the pitcher and then stretched up to basically its full size before being cut off. And this is all done in one go. There's really not much you can do with the handle once it cools down to the rest of the piece's temperature. So in just that one move, they were able to twist the handle into its final shape. They'll do a little bit of adjusting and make sure that this second connection is nice and warm. And our final major detail is creating the spout itself. So they'll create that handle first and then just create the spout on the opposite side to make sure everything turns out symmetrically. And to create the spout, they just spot heat a small area of the lip and then just push it outward, and that's it. And as this glass is cooling more and more, you can see that this color that they've added for the lip wrap and the handle is actually going to turn out to be a yellow. Just appears orange whenever it's hot enough. Yeah, just like that, this piece is done. So we're applying a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe, breaking that connection enough to just pop it off. And we'll torch the very bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and then this piece will be put away. And if you haven't seen this box the last couple times we used it, this is the annealer. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And it will keep all the pieces warm until we're ready to cool everything all at once, which then it's programmed with just a press of a button to slowly cool for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And eventually they'll be on the Museum of Glass store shelves, probably at least 2 or 3 days before you see them out there. And it looks like they have time for maybe one more. So it looks like we'll actually be seeing a cup next. So we are switching it up a little bit for the last 30 minutes of the day. Yeah, so that mold that Gabe went inside of on the ground to the left of the furnace, it had all those ridges going from the top to the bottom. And then with just that one little move right there, he was holding onto the end of the glass, kind of turning in the same direction. So now we have those twisted lines already. And yeah, these are pretty quick. They're usually made mostly kind of quote unquote for fun or to kind of test their skills. And they'll even have little competitions with each other making these twisty cups and comparing them, comparing their methods even. So just like any other blown piece, we've attached a punty to the bottom of our cup, and then we'll break it off from its original pipe. And now that we've done this, we'll be able to start opening this cup up and completely finishing it off. Yeah, these are pretty quick, especially because the glass is so thin, you actually have to work with it quickly. Otherwise, you lose all your heat. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. Good, how about you? Yeah, we're just working on making a twisty cup right now, which self-explanatory. It's a cup that has kind of a twisted pattern around on the outside. And we're pretty much just finishing it off at the center bench. They just need to fully open it up, and then they're pretty much done. And yeah, these are made mostly just to have fun or have a little bit of competition between each other or just kind of test your own skills. But yeah, you'll see them throughout different hot shops. Just fun cups made whenever they have a little bit of extra time. It looks like we added a lip wrap to this one, so Now we'll have a rim of a different color just around the opening of the piece. Yeah, you could go a step further with twisty cups and you can make goblets out of them basically. So this could be like the drinking portion of the goblet, and then you can create a stem and a foot as well. And they do make goblets so many times during the year because each year we have our Red Hot auction, which is used to help support the Museum of Glass, of course, but they'll create sets of goblets for the auction as well as some decanters or bottles each year. So after breaking that cup off of our pipe, that twisty cup is finished and it's going inside of the annealer alongside all the other pieces we've made throughout the day today. And yeah, once again, this box just slowly cools things enough that it doesn't break from thermal shock. They usually cool for maybe 8 to 12 hours just for smaller pieces. So this mold that we are stuffing the glass inside of on the floor there, this is one of many optic molds that we have here on the hot shop floor. And this optic mold, just like the image you see on the screen, has all these ridges on the inside of it going from the top to the bottom. So these ridges have been applied to the glass. And then the twisty part of the twisty cup name comes from the fact that Gabe is twisting the glass. Yeah, it got super hot, and so when he was twisting it and stretching it, it got a little bit too long. So then he just blew it out for fun, and that's something we commonly do, is we blow out our mistakes and just throw it away in the end, but practice with it in the moment. And luckily, we are working with all clear glass right now, and we have a couple of barrels in the hot shop. These are made for clear glass only, so whenever we throw something in those, you know that we're going to crush it up and throw it back into the furnace to remelt it eventually. So we end up reusing a lot of our glass, actually. Yeah, so for those who just joined in, we're just making some cups at the end of the day right now while we still have a little bit of time. We're just working with clear glass, that way if we mess up on anything, we can just reuse it completely, throwing it into our clear buckets. Oh, these right here? Yeah, these were made during a residency that we had recently. We had a visiting artist in here, and these are rondelles. They actually used to make circular glass windows, like handmade in the hot shop like this. And yeah, it's the same technique. This is going to be used for a huge piece, which is a spaceship or rocket ship. It's going to be displayed in Seattle. I think it's like the Seattle Art Museum. And I can't remember the artist's name off the top of my head, but she was just here recently. Yeah. Yeah, this is like the windshield for the spaceship. So imagine how big the spaceship itself is going to be. So we have a second bubble of glass that Gabe is working with, and he's going to section it off, making it easier to remove from this pipe. And Trent has the main bubble. This is going to be the drinking portion of his cup. And this bubble right here is either going to be a blown stem or a blown foot that will open up. Yeah, so we've just cut that bubble off. So you guys are getting a taste of goblet making today after all. So goblets are made with multiple components. Sometimes they're attached one after the other like this directly onto the previous components. Sometimes the components are made individually and set aside, and then we just bring them all together at once and finish the goblets off one after the other. So we just sectioned this bubble off and broke off that little end section. This leaves a small opening behind into the remaining section of the bubble so we can go inside and flare it open into our foot. So this is how we create the really delicate thin feet for our goblets as they are blown foot. So to finish this foot off, sandwiched between the jacks, which are those two metal blades, and a wooden paddle on the very bottom, just to make sure everything is straight and even. And it looks like they're at the point where they will soon attach another pipe to the bottom of the foot and break it off of the pipe it's on right now so they can open up the bowl, the drinking portion of the goblet. Well, I don't know if I could quite call this a So this is a very small connection point. We have to make punties in a really specific way when working with these small, thin pieces of glass. Otherwise, we could easily break the piece of glass itself instead of that connection between the piece and the pipe. Yeah, there's a lot of thinking ahead when it comes to goblet making because there's so many delicate components. If we overheat anything, then we lose the shape. If we don't keep it hot enough, then it breaks really quickly. Yeah, the only reason it's going to run that long tonight specifically is because we have other pieces in there as well. But these pieces of glass are so thin that they would definitely be able to cool down a lot faster than that, probably even like half the time. It all just depends on the thickness of the glass that determines the annealing cycle. Yeah, no, sadly not. And you know what's crazy is apparently pieces of glass that fall on the ground, they could be okay for days, it could be okay for months, it could be okay for years, but at some point, because of the stress built up inside of them, they will eventually break or even go far as explode, which is a little bit scary. You just have like a ticking time bomb on your shelf. Yeah, so the glass furnace is the tank with the closed door. So that one, I think we just generally call it the furnace. And then these open face furnaces, these are for reheating, so there's nothing physically inside of them. And those are actually called glory holes. And we use them, yeah, just for reheating the glass. We used to have like labeling for each of our pieces of equipment. It would be like GH1, GH2, but yeah, so we're just slowly opening this up to its full size. Because of how thin it is, you can see how frequently we have to go between the bench and the furnace. Just making sure that everything is staying malleable. We're just using the jacks to open it up, which are these two metal blades. But sometimes we'll use some other tools as well. And to break it off, we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe, tap it off onto this heated fork, which we use to carry it over to be put away in our annealer. So that fancy little cup is done. Thank you. And I think that that's the end of our demonstrations. Thanks for stopping by at the Hot Shop. Yeah, have a nice day. Thanks.